Yeah, we're opening today's meeting. This is Randy Wheelock, currently still a temporary chair. We're opening the meeting of the Clear Creek County Board of County Commissioners. And the first item on the agenda today is to get down to the sheriff's office and for his swearing in, for the swearing in of Sheriff Rick Albers. We have a quorum. There's two of us here, and we're meeting the current chair, Sean, in the hallway on the way down. So let's roll.
Maggie?
Gotcha.
Okay. Why not? Are you waiting? You don't have to. Is it, are our mics hot? Right, oh, wait.
You know what it is?
Okay, we're walking to the sheriff's office.
So I'm the chair for another 10 minutes, right?
Randy already sort of stole most of your duties. All right.
Oh, my chair back though, too.
That's just a vitamin.
You get the one with the cut in the arm, right? So you got George.
This one is I'm living dangerously right now with him.
This is so exciting.
It's so crap. Yeah, because I'm gonna.
Excuse me,
Marie, this is my mom. She drove down from Nevada to be here this morning.
Oh, that's so nice of you.
Oh, of course. And Larry.
We wouldn't miss it. Dubbin.
My husband.
And my daughter Bree.
Her stepdad. Her
And you know,
stepdad.
Jolene.
I'm sorry, what were you?
Maria.
Maria.
Yes, thank you.
What happened to Trish?
She's hiding over there.
She's way over there.
Because I might have been taking pictures from over in the back.
Oh.
So I want to see pictures. It's
I
very
can see
exciting,
Hayden.
isn't it?
I am so proud.
of your
I'm so
kids.
proud.
You have kids like.
So my kids died out.
Yeah.
It's kind of helped me along. No.
Where's Hageman?
I'm gonna cry probably.
I think so, he was on the ballot.
You go ahead. It's pretty cool.
But thank you so much.
It's pretty
You
cool.
guys are great. She works with all you guys. She has a great, everybody here, great coworker.
We do have a good team.
That's
Our
awesome.
county.
You do, you do.
We love her.
My family cannot keep track that I'm
Not Margaret.
staff, and they all think I'm an elected.
Not Mark.
They're like, you're a politician, right? I'm like, well,
Yeah, we couldn't get along.
So you work for the county?
Yeah, so nice to have
they
you.
they run me outside of Chicago.
Oh, they do.
They don't really understand.
Oh, sure.
Work for the county.
I probably wouldn't have known either, you know.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's nice. I know.
It's just.
I didn't think there was a parking back
Thank
there.
you.
Yeah,
You guys are great.
been very good to me.
Of course, Megan and Josh are late.
I like how they changed the meeting settings with the two tables here so you can see each other.
Yeah, it's nice.
Well, what was it used to be?
Everybody would just sit out here.
Huh?
They used to just sit out here.
Cause you're not here, right?
These tables were
I
just
can
the
kind
addition.
of.
There you go. You guys better smile, my mom's taking
Hi,
pictures.
everybody. Hi, everybody. I snap it a bunch of times, but
She's a
I
picture
promise I won't put
artist,
this on a bunch of times. Although I might, no. Okay, I'm gonna get another one because you have your
too. You're
phone.
gonna be on Facebook later.
Oh, God.
Okay.
She's the camera Facebook queen.
If you have to make an emergency call, you still make an emergency call. It'll just have to, it bounces.
That's my
Now I gotta get another picture with you.
How exciting. That's my daughter Megan.
Hi.
Meet Josh here.
I did.
Uh-huh.
Somebody pulled out right out front. I was like, yes.
Hi. That's Jolene. What do you mean? All there.
Oh, man.
Oh, I read it.
No, Jolene. Donna.
Oh.
Turn around, turn around.
That's how you met up. I was like, I just ran right in. Yeah, I went to the traffic scale.
How was traffic?
Hello. I think the problem is like the highway,
It
so
sucks.
there's only the
Wide
two
open.
lanes. So like when you have somebody, I don't know.
And he was part of it.
What did I make fun of you the time?
We don't need makeup.
But so if like somebody's stuck and someone else is going, so like you have nowhere to go. Yeah.
I looked, there was no traffic, so I was okay about that.
Oh, thank
Do
you.
you ever take this back road this way that goes through?
I get some.
Oh, the canyon.
Yeah, I think
It is beautiful
I know,
though.
it's, I see.
Up there in Russell Gulch,
Charge.
like when you get to the top of the center park, you get off on exit 7 before it drops
You don't
down.
get that.
And you go back in there, there's Russell Gulch, beautiful old logos town, the original schools back there, you know, it's all.
Isn't there Apex around Russell Gulch?
No, Apex is past Blackhawk.
Okay. You'll be the blood center.
I looked to see if you were wearing a tie. I brought one because I wasn't sure.
Go to the blast.
Russell Gulch, and it's a bus. There's like a whole, and it's called.
Is that the new jacket? Oh, no.
No, God, no.
I'll be back in a minute. I'll be back in a little bit.
People still live, but I see right next to literally and see all of the lighting.
Good morning. I know Gary, he was my neighbor. Oh, to pick square farmers, everybody ever living.
Exactly.
That building made it hard for every public building.
Everybody does.
I'm sure it did.
I think the only one I don't have.
It is a complex, but it is
Over the top.
a little over the top. Just not politically sensitive. They clearly were disconnected a little bit because they don't.
They made a Golden Dome joke and they just were like, no, we're doing this.
Over there, yeah.
Which side do you want her to stand on when she's swearing in?
She's fine, I think,
But I mean for your picture.
that's fine. I'll come. Let me,
Whatever you prefer. You want me to stand on that side?
yeah, come, we over here. Thank you.
All of us at
Well,
once.
it's up to you.
Actually, I lied the other way. There we go.
All right.
There we go, sorry.
A little in your angle.
Yeah. Well, that's what they're doing.
I'm just trying not to be everyone's way.
Are you coming this afternoon?
Yes, I do. I have something, but I may be a few minutes late.
Don't worry about it.
All right, are we ready to get started? Yep. Good morning, everyone. We're here for a happy day here to swear in our newly elected officials. Get started. Brenda, let's start with you. All right. Brenda Corbett, our clerk and recorder. Raise your right hand. Repeat after me. I, Brenda Corbett,
I, Brenda Corbett,
swear that I will support
swear that I will
the
support
Constitution of the United
the
States,
Constitution of the United States,
the Constitution of the State of Colorado,
the Constitution of the State of Colorado,
and the laws of the State of
and the
Colorado,
laws of the State of Colorado,
and will faithfully perform
and will faithfully perform
the duties of the office of Clear Creek County Clerk and Recorder,
the duties of the office of Clear Creek County Clerk and Recorder,
upon which I'm about to enter.
upon which I am about to enter.
Congratulations. You too.
Yeah, right?
All right, I have Donna Gee, our Clear Creek County Assessor. G, I'm sorry. Good thing you told me that. Good morning. All right, raise your right hand and repeat after me. I, Donna Gee,
I, Donna G.,
affirm that I will support the Constitution
affirm that I will support the
of
Constitution
the United States,
of the United States,
the Constitution of the State of
the
Colorado,
Constitution of the Colorado,
the laws of the State of
the
Colorado,
laws of the State of Colorado,
and will faithfully perform the duties
and will faithfully perform the duties
of the office of Clear Creek County Assessor,
of the office of the Clear Creek County Assessor,
upon which I'm about to enter
upon which I'm about to enter
to the best of my ability.
to the best of my ability.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
You know, we all sign our name a lot. All right, congratulations.
Good job, Donna.
Carol?
I was clapping too loud.
All right, good morning.
Good morning.
Repeat after me. I, Carol Lee,
I, Carol Lee,
affirm that I will support
affirm that I will support
the Constitution of the United
the
States,
Constitution of the United States,
Constitution of the State of
the
Colorado,
Constitution of the State of Colorado,
the laws of the State of
and the
Colorado,
laws of the State of Colorado,
and will faithfully perform the duties
and will faithfully perform the duties
of the office of Clear Creek County Treasurer and Public Trustee,
the office of the Clear Creek County Treasurer and Public Trustee,
upon which I'm about to enter
which I am about to enter
to the best of my ability.
to the best of my ability.
Congratulations.
Good job, Carol.
All right, Gary Fawcett, our surveyor. All right, good morning. Repeat after me. I, Gary Fawcett,
I, Gary Fasselt,
swear that I will support the Constitution
swear that I will support the Constitution
of the United
of
States,
the United States,
Constitution of the State of Colorado,
Constitution of the State of Colorado,
and the laws of the State of Colorado,
and the laws of the State of Colorado,
and will faithfully perform
faithfully perform
the duties of the office of Clear Creek County Surveyor,
the duties of the office of Clear Creek County Surveyor,
upon which I'm about to enter
upon which I am about to enter
to the best of my
to
ability.
the best of my ability.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good job.
Chris Hageman? Good morning. You raise your right hand. I, Chris Hageman,
I, Chris Hegman,
swear that I will support
swear that I will support
the Constitution of the United States,
the Constitution of the United States,
Constitution of the State of Colorado,
Constitution of the State of Colorado,
and the laws of the State of
and the
Colorado,
laws of the State of Colorado,
and will faithfully perform
and will faithfully perform
the duties of the office of Clear Creek County Coroner,
the duties of the office of Clear Creek County Coroner,
upon which I'm about to enter
upon which I'm about to enter
to the best of my
to
ability.
the best of my ability.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Yep, right there.
Good job, Chris.
All right, and finally we have George Marlin.
Right.
Good morning. Raise your right hand, sir. I, Judge, I,
Sorry. Shut off. These are important things. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, repeat after me. I, George Marlin,
I, George Marlin,
swear that I will support
swear that I will support
the Constitution of the United
the
States,
Constitution of the United States,
Constitution of the State of
the
Colorado,
Constitution of the State of Colorado,
and the laws of the State of Colorado,
and the laws of the State of Colorado,
and will faithfully perform
and will faithfully perform
the duties of the office of Clear Creek County Commissioner, District 1,
the duties of the office of Clear Creek County Commissioner, District 1,
upon which I'm about to enter,
upon which I'm about to enter
to the best of my ability.
to the best of my ability.
Congratulations.
Ice is all the time. There's always a rush.
All right.
And Zarkus.
All right, George. Good job.
Just want to thank everyone for coming today, and thank you all for your continued commitment and dedication to our community. Thank you and
Judge Jones.
congratulations.
Thank you, Judge Jones.
We get it.
Let's have a dog.
Yeah. No, like, right upstairs. Yeah.
Remember, we're upstairs. Okay.
I know it's yours.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thanks, Judge. Sorry, I didn't mean to move your arm.
Thank you.
Hey, Megan, will you get a picture with our family seat?
Wait, do we need Judge now?
Make sure we're allowed. Thank you.
So where do we want to picture?
Do we want to be up front or behind?
Let's go up here.
Yeah.
Who's in the middle? You saw him on too.
He's still a chair. He's still a chair right now.
All right, can I have a picture a little closer to be like my daughter Megan?
Looks like we like each other.
All right. 1, 2, 3. Congratulations, closer. Let me do one with the flash. Congratulations. All right. Megan. 1, 2, 3. Mom, daughter. Larry. Okay. You guys,
I might have blinked.
I'll show you. You look a little far away if you want to try and act like your friends, or that's fine. Okay, that's fine. All right, let me focus.
I have to go back to the office, I guess? Yeah.
All right, and then we'll go. See, that's much better.
Yeah, we did.
See, that's better. Good job, guys.
Take pictures. You guys doing good?
Well, but then why did you say that?
Well, because we put it in a newspaper like that. I like it.
Oh, gotcha.
So,
Okay.
I mean, if you
I
want
don't want to admit.
Well, you don't need.
When she got me, I was like,
That's not why I pictured it. I was like, you're like, dress me, woman.
well, yeah, she used to wax my.
Okay, that's better. Is this sheriff? I like it. Second or third?
Third term, isn't it?
Okay.
Now the administration.
Office.
Didn't hold in your shoulder.
Who's
All right, we are here on January 10th, first meeting of the year. We've already done the swearing in ceremonies. It looks like the first item on our agenda is administrative approval of marijuana licenses. Come join us, Lynette.
Correct. Morning. Quick and easy, I'm not even gonna sit.
Your choice.
Standard renewal, all the departments have agreed, and we would request that both licenses be renewed for XLNY.
Perfect, consider done.
All right, thank you.
Now we'll do our public comment. So if anybody has come here today in person or is online and wishes to make a public comment, please raise your virtual hand in Zoom and you'll be moved over and we can hear what you have to say. I'll just give you a minute to, probably like 30 seconds to do that if you're going to.
Nothing so far.
Okay, we will close public comment and move on to county commissioner updates. I will go first. Nothing to update since our last meeting. Who wants to?
I guess I'll start. I got a handful of things here. First off, some folks in your neighborhood, Sean, are very excited about fire suppression ponds.
Oh, yeah.
The legislature passed a bill allowing fire departments to do an evaluation and boards of county commissioners to apply to the state engineer to get firefighting ponds protected from being drained.
There's two on Upper Bear that I'm aware of.
There are a couple on Upper Bear that could be eligible. There probably are fewer bodies of water that are eligible on this side of the county. The reason I'm bringing it up to you guys is because I think Evergreen Fire Rescue is going to move in that direction. And I'm going to ask the Creek Fire Authority to do the same thing. Ideally, this board would consider every body of water in the county at the same time because there are limits on how much we can protect. So this is just a heads up that I'm hoping those two fire departments work happens around the same time period so that we don't end up with one side of the county. I don't think it's a low likelihood this would even happen, but with one side of the county, gobbling up whatever we can, or, the amount that we have to protect and have this side of the county not have it. So.
And bodies of water like Georgetown Lake and Lake Evergreen obviously are not part of that conversation.
Correct. Yeah. This is ponds that are man-made ponds that are built with the water rights that they needed when they were constructed.
Yep.
So a lot more to it, but just a heads up that I'm hoping those two fire departments move in unison.
I've talked to Chief Ouija about it briefly and he's aware of it.
Yeah, both chiefs are. So there's that. Another update. There was, in the last year's session, a big change to creating the Behavioral Health Administration, to how the state does behavioral health. Dr. Medlock has released her proposal for the BoCC regions. What is that? Behavioral Health ASO regions. And their counties are a little frustrated. They're proposing two statewide regions, which would make it pretty hard for counties to, have access to hold those organizations accountable.
This is the East and the West, or Denver and everything else?
They're proposing Denver and everything else, or Denver and sort of Southeast Colorado, where there's really acute problems compared to relative to the rest of the state and everyone else. Some of the versions have us in the metro area. Some of them have us with the rest of the state. All of the versions have us with Jeffco and Gilpin. And so that's just a heads up that those maps are out there. And, counties are going to be focused on how we can make sure we have as much ability as possible to hold those organizations accountable. So just something to keep your eye on. Charlie's Place, there was, I don't know where these rumors got generated, but there are some rumors running around, unconfirmed by the sheriff, that a cut is going to be made to the staff at Charlie's Place. to make up for that $214,000 that was removed from his budget based on a conversation we had in December. There's been a lot of confusion and not one sort of central source of facts that I've seen that's clear and concise. So what I want to ask is that we just ask our PIO to do some fact finding and kind of write out what's going on and make a release and say, there's been a lot of interest in Charlie's Place. Here's what's going on. Does that sound reasonable?
I think it does. I think we've seen stuff coming from, well, this is your update, so I don't want to gobble your airtime, but I think we've seen both people concerned that we're closing Charlie's place, and then we've seen other people who ask what our authority is to even fund a dog pound, who would prefer we didn't spend taxes at all. And I think I've seen some email clarification investigation done by Peter already to help understand some of those issues. And I think Peter and others working with Megan would be good to make sure that at least the public is better informed, has the opportunity to be better informed about the facts. So it's a good plan.
I think it might be good, just since we're on the record in the new year, to remind everybody who wasn't at the meeting, when we talked about the budget, the context of the $200 and some thousand was the sheriff offering that he had at least 3 positions, which he had been chronically unable to staff. One was in the jail, 2 were in the jail, and 1 was
in patrol.
In patrol, exactly. And we kind of agreed conceptually that that's where the money could come from. But before we voted on it, we had another sort of a philosophical conversation and decided that we didn't want to tell the sheriff how to manage his shop. We basically wanted to give him the right to come up with the money however he wanted. If he wanted to go with his original proposal of those 3 staff spots, that would be fine. But at no point was Charlie's Place ever brought up in that discussion.
If I might, so it's someone's spreading a rumor that we're cutting Charlie's Place budget. I'm getting emails directly, specific questions about, other aspects of our budget, et cetera, based on the fact that we're cutting Charlie's Place. So someone has started that rumor. So I think in order for us to properly get some things posted on Facebook, et cetera, and get information out there, we're going to need to follow up with the sheriff's office and confirm that either they are cutting it or they're not.
Yeah.
Well, or just clarify whose authority it is.
Yeah.
Well, find out where it's, and find out. I mean,
it's probably not possible to find out where it's coming from, but I think it's important to say it's not coming from here.
Correct. We just need to confirm that.
Yeah.
We know enough from dealing with this ourselves that there's things that we have said that have been immediately, people hear what they want to hear and they pick out those 6 words out of the sentence. So even no matter what the sheriff's office has done, there's no way to control social media, and that they do what they do and they believe, and people, I believe what I want to believe when I look at social media. Let me just say, we all do that. And so I kind of agree with Sean that we can't, I agree that we should get the best information we can. I agree we should talk to the sheriff's office so we've got the best information, and then we should disseminate it within what's appropriate for our commission to disseminate.
Yeah.
Leave it at that.
And it would be nice, I think, also just to address, it was mentioned in the public meeting and then in a post that the sheriff made, this conversation with Foothills. And the fact that Foothills stated that they would be willing to run our shelter.
Foothills Animal Shelter down in Golden.
Yes, thank you. Foothills Animal Shelter down in Golden. And so I think if we could address that as well, just say, yes, that Foothills Animal Shelter indicated that they might be willing to do this and frame up a little bit. I mean, I think this board probably goes without saying is committed to making a decision like that after thorough analysis and robust public engagement. Just so that everybody knows, like, yes, this is what's happening, and you don't have to, when it actually, if anything actually happens, you will be made aware and have an opportunity to comment. Everything is going to be transparent and out there. So that's, if we all are agreed on that.
Yep.
Okay. The last thing is, and you guys received this email too, Jefferson Center for Mental Health is applying for a grant to build, remodel a facility they currently own in the Lakewood area, sort of 6th and Union, to do a behavioral health facility with acute care and outpatient care and navigation service, a bunch of services that I think if built, it would be the closest facility to us. So they're asking for a letter of support. They provided a draft. I read through the draft. I'm largely comfortable with the language. And Peter, I'll look for some guidance from you. At this point, can we say we approve a signature on a draft that's largely in keeping with what's there? Or based on how we're agendized, do we only have the authority to ask Brian to sign it?
You, based on how you're agendized, you can only give direction. You can't give an approval or authority.
Okay, so if we could give Brian direction to finalize that letter and get it sent out with a signature on it.
I'm good with that.
Okay, and Brian, I'm happy to help. So, come on. It's largely written.
Kind of on a quick related note, I know that GCMH has identified models to create different types of housing that are financially sustainable. And we should probably circle back with them in the new year and introduce them to our counterparts in the municipalities, just to see if there's any appetite for some investigation.
Yeah.
Because they've identified some pretty robust grant sources over the years and have been pretty successful so far.
I agree. I mean, I look forward to us having a program that has the bandwidth to go after opportunities like that.
Anything else?
That's all for me.
I got a few things here in some of the same veins I used this weekend in the transportation area. We're having AGS and Advanced Guideway System and CE meetings coming up this month in the next few weeks, 2 to 3 weeks. We have some big deal things to talk about. One of them will be a reevaluation or I would really call it a reaffirmation of the existence of the record of decision and some of its elements. We're seeing a little bit of lack of enthusiasm from CDOT in a couple of areas to cooperate. And we're going to have a discussion internally about that with the transportation team prior to these meetings in order to try to get CDOT a little more enthusiastic about what it's come down to is some of their enthusiasm for an ultimate fixed guideway has caused them to reduce the level of people that they're sending to the collaborative effort and not engage as much. And without FHWA, FTA, Federal Transit Authority, and CDOT all being engaged members, it's a lot more difficult to be effective at the CE. So we're working on that. I just wanted you guys to give you a heads up on it. It's no real change to our policies and what we've done, but we're just trying to work strategically with CDOT to make sure that they stay engaged while we work through that. And then also, I've been having conversations with Flo Rotano and Ron Papsdorf at Dr. Cog about the fact that some of us who are non-MPO members of organizations that are MPOs and handle transportation funds, federal and state funds that come to counties and municipalities also to help them, and oftentimes beyond just things like interstate projects. That a few of us like ourselves and Gilpin and some others in the state are kind of in no man's land. And so I wanted to talk to them about finding more robust engagement on how we look at the calculations and either more appropriately employ the current calculations they use for allocation or change how those allocations are done, start a bigger effort down. But that's more of a big state level thing to be able to do that long term. So anyway, toward that end, the Dr. Cog RTC committee is one that I'd like to engage on. We'll talk about that when we get to the appointments list a little later on the consent agenda. Over at NOCO, Amy came in along with Julie Shapiro from Keystone and did a really, really nice job at the NOCO Executive Committee this last week. Thank you, Amy, for a really good job on Friday on presenting on the ROMP, and just wanted to give her a kudo for that. Also, we have submitted, I worked with Matt Taylor and some folks out of his mapping department on a statement that we were asked to give on what's called codex, which is where they're doing overlapping maps of assets and environmental values to certain species and all kinds of things throughout the entire region. And when we looked at the data they were looking at from CPW and CNHP, and I think I brought it to your attention at a previous meeting, Gilpin and Clear Creek look like an ecological desert on the map. And I've gotten admissions from them that a lot of that has to do not with what's there, but where they've collected data. And since that kind of data is supposed to be driving their recommendations for example, recreation, the allocation of recreation density and things like that, we wanted to know that we were all being considered on a level playing field. And so we crafted a statement that we sent to them that talked about the things we thought were missing, but also talked about the generality that they can't really use this as a management tool for recreation densities until they've studied it even-handedly across the board. And fortunately for us, there were a couple of other counties, a couple of other entities that sent very similar comments in, including to our benefit, Larimer County, who has very robust Department of Natural Resources and has been very robustly studied and has a lot of areas that are shown with great ecological value there, who noticed, and they commented that there are places that come right up to Boulder County and the ecological value stops right exactly at the county line. In other words, there was a study done within a county at the request of a county, but the next county didn't have the same study done. So it looks like this species only comes up to the county line and stops right on that theoretical line. They offered that as an example of the varying density, that the data itself is deficient and not something you can do. So fortunately, everyone seems to have taken that seriously. Matt did a good job of it, and I contributed to that as well. And we've sent that on into the Codex group that's working on that. Also, we're looking at adopting Cotrex as a region-wide and ultimately a statewide model for people to a go-to spot for trails so that they understand where they can and can't go to do certain things, what the limitations are, and become better educated. Cotrex is, of course, that CPW mapping model as opposed to all trails. We've said yes to that, but we and some of the other counties all said the same thing, which is if we're going to use you, we have to know that we're going to have a collaborative process here where we can go in and change what's on that map at any time. And if we see errors in the map or if we make changes to our own policies, and have that done in real time, because we've had some issues with Cotrex before with regard to that. So that's done. And then the last thing is on
Can I
Mount
ask you a
Bliss.
quick question about that?
Yeah.
What about or entities we don't control, like Strava, like MTBR,
Oh, there's
and all those other ones?
yeah, we don't, it's it's kind of like our navigation programs for our cars. Yeah, it's the same thing. I think it's good to have contact with them, but what they're trying to do is find the one that they want to support the greatest and then make sure it's got the most reliable data, because you can't control everybody else. So the object is to try to push Cotrex. This has just been proposed to push Cotrex, and it's still in negotiation, to push Cotrex and popularize Cotrex, but also make Cotrex more robust so that it is as valuable or more valuable than any other tool you can go to if possible. But it's kind of like you got to pick your poison, but
Yeah, the challenge is they're like the Betamax of the trail systems right
that's
now.
what that's because they're a state system. The object is we can have more control over them because they're a state system if we get involved. And so the object is to see if we can build a more robust system and something that we know we can induce to accurately reflect the reality of what we've got on the ground. And an example of what we had before was when they were showing lots and lots of our county roads in the county as ATV trails, and we had to go back and make them. And it took a while to get them to undo that. And the problem is anybody, Strava or anyone else, can end up doing the same thing if we're not careful, although they don't usually deal with that activity as much.
Yeah, okay, thanks.
The last thing is, I will mention is Mount Blue Sky, and we got this really nice thing sent to us, done by Paige Whiteman of the Cheyenne and Arapaho tribes. And it's a thank you for our work on Mount Blue Sky, with a nice note from her that says that it was sent to the Deer County Commissioner's attention, Randy Wheelock. Long, hard, and bumpy times, but we did it. This is a topo map art, which is Native American Colorado residing artists donating their art. et cetera, from Beth Hoover in Colorado Springs. I've seen her name around a bit. Please contact me if you would like more prints. They're available for free for a limited time. I think, I'd like it if we'd frame this thing and put it up, and I'm probably going to ask for another print just to throw up in my house, so.
I'd like that too.
And also on the note of Mount Blue Sky, we, on the Thursday before the end of the year, after a month and a half, we learned that the CGNAB had not sent their case file from Mount Evans to the governor, which was the next step, which should have happened within 10 days. On that Thursday, I sent a text to Tim Mock and reminded him of a conversation that we'd had a few weeks earlier in which he promised he would try to get it done in December to send the case file to the governor. I called him on Thursday, or texted him on Thursday, and asked if they were going to be able to keep that promise or not to get it to the governor after 6 weeks after they'd made their decision back in mid-November. And it did show up at the governor's office that afternoon, surprisingly. Probably coincidental. They received the text and then it went out. And then the governor did not respond and do anything about it. And so he didn't send anything on to the BGN. So it's not on their January agenda. Next time they meet is in March. And I just thought I'd let you know that I'll be intending to continue to push that just to get it done and over the line, because there's some people that were a little upset that once they got to the end and made a decision, they can't seem to get the piece of paper done and the signature on it and off his desk. And I've heard from the BGN that it's, in a sense, it's a formality, because should he choose to object at this point and do something else on his own, they'll probably ignore him. And they're going to go ahead. It's almost certain that they're going to go with the recommendation of Clear Creek County and the CGNAB and call it Mount Blue Sky no matter what. So it would be nice if he could get that work done, that piece of paper signed, or that phone call made, whatever he's got to do. I did try to make contact with both with Alec Garnett and Lisa Kaufman. Lisa was the chief of staff up to the end of the year, and Alec became the chief of staff on January 1st, technically, and then probably went to work on the 2nd or 3rd. He was probably working before that, actually, but didn't get responses from either one, and nothing came out of the governor. So, and that's all I got.
There's one other thing, and I know Randy, you and I talked about it a little bit. That's happening in the county. I think it's happening in the whole state. But homeowners insurance in the urban interface. I was talking to someone yesterday who has a 4,000 plus square foot home in Evergreen, whose insurance company would only give them $600,000 worth of replacement coverage on their home. And I think the building costs, this is what Randy and I were talking about, the building costs for replacement according to modern codes in Evergreen and probably most of the rest of the county are probably between $250 and $450 a square foot.
Oh. Yeah.
Yeah. So let's just say it's 400 to make the math easy. A 4,000 square foot house is going to cost you 1.6 million to rebuild it. So this person was going to their insurance company and saying, hey, I don't feel like I'm safely covered. And they said, this is the formula for your town. This is the number. And there's some formula like we'll cover up to a certain percentage of it over that, but you can't get any more. And I think this might be something that we could bring up in the legislature if it's not too late. And it's not, I don't necessarily want to twist the insurance company's arms to do something. But I think the problem is I brought this up to probably 10 people in Evergreen, and only one of them, who happens to own a major real estate company in Evergreen, knew about it. And they all looked at it and they hadn't changed their coverage in probably 5 years and were drastically underinsured. And it has happened and the Marshall fires too, because people were grossly undercovered. They weren't covered for rebuilding to the modern codes, and huge swaths of people got left holding the bag. And I don't know what to do about it, but I know it's a problem.
Yeah, $250 was the bare bones price pre-pandemic. And for homes for almost any home you're building today, you're looking at $350 to $400 a square foot is more like a starting area if you're going to really get anything done. And the problem is that You've also got the recovery costs, the demolition, you've got everything that goes along with tearing. It can be a lot more expensive to scrape and replace a home than it is to build on a vacant lot, as an example. So when we're talking those are numbers for building on a vacant lot, and the foundations are not always usable afterwards. So it's a really big deal. My understanding is that there's a lot of people that aren't just having it reduced to a minimum that could never, or an amount that could never build their home. They're just having their insurance canceled and they can't get
That
insurance.
happened to me in December. Mine got canceled, which is kind of why I started looking into it.
Yeah. And this is you might look at House Bill 221111. It's 4 ones. This was Reba Mobley. She ran a bill last session that passed. I think it passed in the Senate. Yeah. And it made some changes to how they handle claims after a total loss, because there was some shenanigans there. And I think there's already a lot of conversations in the legislature about, does the state need to provide a program where they're an insurer of last resort so that everybody has access to a plan, some kind of plan, or do they need to mandate a minimum policy? I'm not exactly sure what's out there in terms of concepts that will be proposed, but it's absolutely a conversation that's happening.
Yeah.
So it's not too late.
Rich Semino was talking, I think he mentioned something because Grant County had catastrophic fire losses as well. And I think what he discovered is, depending on your carrier, there were pretty onerous requirements to come up with receipts for things that had been purchased by a previous owner or decades ago. And I think he was talking about more aligning it to, here's the amount that I'm covered. That's the check you should write me and not drag me through the mud for months.
Yeah. And I think that change is causing some insurance companies to reconsider what they offer, which is why the state's saying, geez, other states act as an insurer of last resort. Could Colorado?
Yeah.
Is this something the board would want to bring back to discuss in a work session or anything like that, or?
I think so.
I think
Or
so,
At least maybe
yes.
I'll do some research and see what's going on now.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then once that research is done, we schedule a meeting
Okay. Sounds,
session.
I think you know. What's that? You know.
I need to find some new friends in the state house because none of my friends won their
I
election.
thought you were, yes.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Well, I think we're gonna be working on a lot of that stuff.
Sad about that.
We're working on a lot of that stuff at CCAT, Sean, and I know you're already a member, so you're welcome anytime.
Balance is a
You've
good,
been there before.
that's all I got. County manager update?
Thank you. Last Friday was our first day off in terms of a 4-day work week. I was at my desk until about 10:30 when I had to go to a meeting at Idaho Springs. I had 2 folks come to the back door. I understand we had maybe 7 to 10 folks come to the front door that day. So we'll continue to try and get the word out and make sure signage is good, but that was the first day we were off on last Friday, so. I am meeting with the CSU Extension on Friday. They continue to reach out, wanting to reopen our office here in the county. I'm gonna listen to their thoughts. We've been talking some form of economic development work, although their definition of economic development, I think, and what mine is in terms of increasing our tax base are a little different. So I am gonna meet with them, but that's obviously a hit to the county's budget as opposed to not, right? So we're looking for budget cuts, so it would be something that's not budgeted right now. So I've made sure that the extension office understands that, but they do want to have a conversation about potentially reopening.
I think an interesting question is what's the impact of us not renewing it a few years ago? Because it's been a couple of years, hasn't it?
Yeah, we did not have the office. The office has not really been open since the pandemic. The previous extension officer was helping us out as a PIL before.
Right.
And then went back to doing some extension work and is not, it's been a year since that office has really been open.
Yeah.
I don't know if you were hearing anything from anyone.
I haven't. That's kind of, it doesn't necessarily mean anything though.
I hear quite a bit about CSU Extension. There are some people that really cared about that horticulture program and the Master Gardener program. And I think they were sort of adopted by Jefferson County's Master Gardener program. to our detriment. Master gardeners, when you have them in the community, you know, spread gardening knowledge, right? All of that stuff. So I hear a good bit that they would love to have a master gardener program. I hear less about the 4-H program, and I think that might be because of Mountain Youth Network success. And I think the school district figured out how to continue with the robotics program. That was really something that was Clear Creek County High School was doing. That was really cool with our 4-H. So there's some people out in the community that really value the program and want it. Of course, you know, I'm not saying that I'm a vote right now to get it back in. It depends on what those programs are.
Yeah.
Yeah, I do think my end of the county uses the fabric that's in Evergreen, which is pretty robust right now.
Okay. Yeah, so we meet on Friday. Amy and I attended the Idaho Springs City Council meeting last night. They approved an agreement with Williford Land Use and Affordable Housing for our IHOP grant. So that's a positive. So we'll get moving on that. Just as a reminder, that's to help us stand up our multi-jurisdictional housing authority, take a review of all municipalities in addition to our code as it relates to housing, and then a pretty robust community engagement process around housing and around the needs associated with housing. So we'll be kicking that off.
That's a consultant we'd already hired in the past and have good experience with.
Williford did our previous housing strategy study. Yep, that identified the need for the multi-jurisdictional housing authority. So that's going to kick off shortly. So that's a positive thing. Let's see, George brought up the letter. Friendly reminder, the offices are closed next Monday. It's a holiday, MLK Day. So just a friendly reminder there. And then finally, all three of you were, Clear Creek Broadband reached out to all three of you with respect to wanting to get in front of you and discuss their desire to provide service. And we are currently in the middle of negotiations with them for access to our equipment, to our infrastructure. So I guess from our perspective, it probably wouldn't be appropriate for them to be coming to you right now to have a conversation with you with respect to the use of our infrastructure when we're in the middle of negotiations. That said, I do think there may be a need for potentially an executive session in the future, potentially a open session in the future that discusses what's our goal when it comes to our broadband infrastructure, right? Is our goal to spread internet as far and wide as possible, irrespective of the payback to us? Is our goal to use that as a potential small revenue source, given that we badly need revenue in this county? You know, but that's not direction that I don't think the board has given yet, right?
That's right.
That's not a focus that the board has given yet, or again, direction. So I think that's something in the future we're gonna need to have a conversation with you all about is your desires for how you want to see that infrastructure used.
And things have changed drastically since we last had a real conversation about this. Before, when we talked about it last was probably 4 years ago, 3 or 4 years ago.
3 probably.
And there was no success stories in the county to talk about for largely, and now there is. I mean, basically Clear Creek Broadband has solved a real problem in my neighborhood, and people are quite happy with it. So I think it's a model that works, or at least has worked so far. So I think we should have a conversation about this, because there's plenty of areas in the county that are unserved, and there's no one beating their doors down to serve them yet.
And I think that I think it would be a really good idea to look at, to have a work session, a public work session, and just get out in the open and talk about what the possibilities are and become more educated on it. Because like you said, the ways that broadband is being disseminated or evolving technologically right now, and you know, wirelessly, I mean, has become more powerful and useful as was used by Clear Creek Broadband. And so before we were looking at, you know, kind of old school, you know, trying to do everything by fiber because we needed to have the reliability that in the mountains that a wireless model wouldn't be able to provide. And what we see in right now in the Clear Creek broadband area is that's flown in the face of that. And so we can be reliable enough to get almost everyone served and well. And, you know, some people, and the thing is the the stuff that's a lot bigger than us coming from the sky as it begins to evolve too, renders questionable the idea of investing as much as it takes to try to get fiber to everybody in the county. We've proven that this is a pretty undoable thing, in our little county for us, and without a lot of help from the state and feds. And so I think pushing the reset button with a work session would be helpful with whomever we think should be in the room with us to do that. And so that we can, because it's like a few other things. We've sort of got a direction that we've stated before and staff has worked on that, but we haven't actually set a policy and written down or said, where are we going with this? And I think that it could also be an area, or should be maybe an area of discussion at our retreat when we get that set up, so.
That's the good thought too.
Yeah, I mean, the way that I kind of look at it is we've got someone that we need to negotiate with, and that should probably happen in an executive session. And we have a policy conversation to happen. And I know we're going to talk about the retreat later, so we don't have to dive all the way into it, but I'm not sure that, I feel like we can have that policy conversation in any setting, any one of these meetings at any time.
Right.
I'm going to suggest that you do the broadband discussion in a work session so that staff can present you both the abilities of what we're doing.
Kind of feel like we're getting direction right now.
I know, but I'm offering a suggestion as to how to handle it rather than actually have it during the retreat.
Okay.
Yeah, I was just saying the same thing. I don't think it needs to happen during the retreat.
And I agree with what you're saying can happen in any of them. I think a work session where we can have open discussion and broad ranging would be good. So, and personally, I like suggestions from you guys all the time, so.
Okay.
One other thing I wanted to touch back on very briefly, and I'm not going to say much about it because I think we need to talk about it in a noticed environment, but you mentioned the city council meeting, and I know since we had a last official meeting, they did vote to give us notice to leave the cab. And I think we need to have a discussion and possibly talk about bringing in our municipality partners to have a real discussion about what that could look like. Because as I understand it, everyone has been focusing on JeffCom and the specific piece around dispatching. There's a whole piece that's left out of that conversation, which is how does the person holding a radio signal get to the comm center down in Golden? And that requires a bunch of infrastructure that, as far as I know, the municipalities don't currently operate themselves. So I think that's something that I think it would be smart for us to get ahead of that conversation rather than to let things continue to kind of go organically in the different directions they're going.
Yeah, that's on my one-on-one list to talk to you about.
Okay. Make sure the infrastructure backs up the dream, more or less, the idea.
Well, I'm just sort of thinking out loud, but we are a small community, and I think it makes sense for us to continue to partner together rather than for us to try and stand up 3 different radio networks or 5 different radio networks in the county to work with JeffCom.
I agree with that. Brian and I had the same conversation the other day.
Yeah. We do have to figure out I don't know that we need to bring in a consultant to do a long process or an expensive study, but we do have to figure out how to facilitate 5 or 6 different parties to hopefully a common decision.
Right, because you have multi-agency incidents that everybody needs to be on the same page. And I think that's a key piece. And so, but I agree with that. I agree with, through whatever method we move forward with trying to hold us together as a community for this project, we should do that.
Okay. That's all I have.
We still have a decent amount of time. We do not have a noticed executive session today, or do we?
Yeah, we have 2.
So we could do one now, I guess, or 2 if we have time, or we could also, the consent agenda looks like a possible modern day world record with 15 items. We could also possibly do that.
I asked him to throw some extras on there.
I get to read it. Do you guys, anyone care what we do?
I know that Maria wanted to be here for the consent agenda.
Okay, that's helpful.
Unless something gets pulled. Only if something gets pulled, yeah.
Okay.
Well, the thing regarding the appointments is definitely going to get pulled, right?
Yes. That's what I heard anyway from, I think Randy was gonna pull it.
Yeah.
That was the only one that I had, knowing that I looked at these others and I thought, well, I think somebody else will be pulling some stuff too, so.
I don't know that anything is,
The resolution for Diane Settle, typically we read this.
Do you want to, maybe I can just read them all now and we can pull a few of them and at least get that out of the way?
Yeah.
Okay. Which are the ones that we're talking about, discussing individually? And I know,
I think it's 10 and it's 2. Wait, no, not 2. Whichever one is appointments.
it's 10, right?
Is it 11?
No.
That's a gaming grant.
yeah, not the gaming grants.
So it's right before that.
I'm sorry.
No.
You probably
It's number 10.
I would have left it.
Number 10,
So number 8 is Diane Settle,
number 10.
and 10 is the appointments.
Okay. Those two? All right. So we're going to do the 10 a.m. consent agenda item 20 minutes early. And I'll read them. Item number 1, consideration approval of the warrant register. Number 2, consideration approval of resolution 2303, resolution authorizing the Clear Creek County Treasurer to make certain assignments, sales, or transfer of the county-held certificates of purchase without prior board approval. Number 3, consideration approval of resolution 22-04, designation of depositories for Clear Creek County for 2023. Number 4, consideration approval of resolution 23-05, resolution adopting revised investment policy for Clear Creek County. Actually, I would like to, maybe look at, hear that one is, because I know Carol's here. So number 5, consideration approval of resolution 2302, resolution designate the Board of County Commissioners meeting schedule for 2023. Number 6, consideration approval of resolution 23-06, resolution to designate the legal newspaper for Clear Creek County 2023 publications. Number 7, consideration approval of December 14th, 2022 Board of County Commissioner meeting minutes. Number 8, consideration approval of resolution 23-09, resolution appreciation of meritorious service by Diane Settle. Number 9, consideration approval of resolution 23-11, resolution to appoint members to the Clear Creek County Planning Commission. Number 10, consideration approval, resolution 23-12, resolution of County Commissioners, resolution of appointment and acknowledgement of certain county positions. Number 11, consideration approval of agreement between County of Clear Creek, Colorado and the Clear Creek County Advocates for a grant under the Local Government Limited Gaming Impact Fund. Number 12, consideration approval of agreement between County of Clear Creek, Colorado and the Clear Creek Rock House for grant under the Local Government Limited Gaming Impact Fund. Number 13, consideration approval of agreement between County of Clear Creek, Colorado and the Clear Creek District Attorney's Office for a grant under the Local Government Limited Gaming Impact Fund. Number 14, consideration approval of resolution 23-13, resolution setting the emergency telephone charge for calendar year 2023. Number 15, consideration approval of material changes to the county employee sick leave policy. So I'd love to hear a motion to approve all of those except for numbers 4, 8, and 10.
You have a question for Carol?
I do.
I texted her.
You did too? Move we approve the consent agenda as read with the exception of 8, 10, and 4. Just a little bit of commentary from me. Thank you to those who sought and got appointment to various boards and commissions. And I just want to point out something about the gaming grants. This is our first meeting of the year, and these gaming grants are on our agenda. Every other year I've been in this office, it's been around March or April that the recipients of these grants come and ask us what we're up to and why they haven't gotten the grants yet. And so I just want to take a second to give a huge kudos to our finance department and everybody else that was involved in getting this out the door on our first meeting of the year.
Yep.
It just feels great to be
Thank you.
on the front end of stuff like this.
Yep, agree 100%. And we end up chasing our tail and occasionally being losers in the end because of it. And by being more proactive, I think, certainly we've seen in a number of areas that we have we've missed some opportunities that we could have had in the past, I think, and I appreciate that as well. Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
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 Motion's approved.
Shall we take them in numerical order? Or?
I think we want to wait for Carol I guess we could start with 10. That's going to take us a while.
That actually, yeah, I don't know how many other people have things. Let me see if I can find the right
Looking for it too.
file here. I had asked for that, and primarily there was one item, which is the Dr. Cog Regional Transportation Committee. I serve on the Dr. Cog board, and in light of the stuff I was talking about with CDOT and working with Dr. Cog on our allocations and trying to have a stronger voice down there, the Regional Transportation Committee is one that operates at a fairly high policy level, and I would like to carry that appointment for myself as well. And I did talk to Amy about it, and assuming she's still, and she can still throw her shoe at me right now if she has any desire to.
There wouldn't,
Cruise check.
And then the only other question is, I see that Sean is down as the alternate, and the question is whether that should be Amy or Sean or whomever, anyone else. And I would recommend Amy, but if she's interested in being the alternate for that, and no one else has a problem with it.
No problem.
That's the only one I had on there. Did anyone else have anything on this appointment list?
No, I don't see anything that needs to be changed here. I note that you are going to be the chair this year. Congratulations. I note we have a vacancy on the Clear Creek Fire Authority.
I was just going to ask about that.
And some of this stuff with CCI, we might want to look into. They might want us to be a little more formal, for example, with the county workers' compensation pool, than saying it's Carol Ann Fortune or a commissioner. They might want us to decide who that is.
Mm-hmm.
And then we might even need to pass they have forms, and we pass motions and stuff for a lot of those appointments. CCI asks for something a little more formal for us. So if we could check in on the CCI appointments specifically and just make sure we're doing for them what they want.
I think that's a good point. I've been solicited to put my hat in the ring for vice chair of CCI Transportation as an example, but I don't know that precludes all commissioners from engaging on the subject. But
No, definitely not. And there's the steering committees, we say all commissioners, and everybody does that. I'm talking about some of these other like CAPP board, which I've never been to. And it says staff or commissioners, and maybe we can take a second and clarify that.
I thought you were referring directly to CCI. I'm sorry.
I'm noticing some of CCI's subcommittees in here. Those are the comments I'm making. Other than that, I'm good with it.
Well, we can get specialized on the CCI stuff.
We can follow up with them.
We can also leave it as all commissioners, and the commissioner that is engaged can be engaged, but that might be too confusing. So maybe that's what George is suggesting, is that
We could leave it the way it is, and then we could follow up with CCI, and if we need to bring it back at the next meeting, we could certainly do that.
always change it. Yeah.
I'm talking specifically about the CAPP committee, which meets at the CCI conference. And what's the other one that I spotted in here?
CWPPW, or no, CWPP, the county's workers' compensation pool.
Yes, thank you, the county worker compensation pool.
CWCP.
No, I'm not talking about the steering committees. I'm not talking about where we take positions on bills. These are two kind of technical.
Okay, I see.
So if we could figure out sort of what those committees do, and if they're doing something that a commissioner should be there for, and maybe one of us will show up. And if not, we can send some staff.
Well, like when I look at the CWCP, I mean, that looks like an appropriate setup there where a commissioner gets called in when you, kind of like we have meetings, like our tech teams and PLTs and transportation, where we have staff who are representatives to them. And then when the going gets tough, when they realize they're in a place where they want to bring somebody to bang their shoe on the table like Khrushchev, then they bring a commissioner in to do that for them. But that's one thought. Doesn't have to be the model we use, but if there's a particular commissioner though that is interested in taking that role.
So, okay, yeah, if you could
That's-
help us understand those two.
Yeah.
Be helpful.
I have some general questions about the last grouping, the Juvenile Community Review Board. That's the board that is involved with the Q House, Mount Evans Qualifying House. And one of the things, I think I brought the same thing up last year, Richard Toussaint, who's an attorney, he's a retired attorney. He's been retired for a while. I'm not sure, is he really engaged still? Does anybody know?
I asked the sheriff that yesterday, and he said he hasn't seen him at a few meetings, but he didn't have another alternative. So
How often are the meetings?
isn't it whenever they have like student applications?
And they usually group those, so they're fairly
I'd
frequent,
say
yeah.
maybe like quarterly, maybe monthly. I doubt it, but
Yeah, I think we need to look into that. Because I do know another attorney who does a lot of work here who might be willing to do it. But then my other comment is there's a lot of vacancies, right? The alternative representative within 1 mile of the facility's up 103.
yeah.
I know that these were important, that the community thought it was important for them to have representation. Private citizens, there's 3. Basically, none of the citizens, well, there's only 1 citizen and there's a total of 5 spots. And there's also a vacancy in law enforcement alternative and the school district.
I can check with Judge Jones and the sheriff again if you'd like and just see if we have any recommendations or.
My recommendation, not knowing much about this, would be if the board's running well the way it is now, maybe we should change its composition so that it doesn't look like we're perpetually not doing our job.
I think that was created in a land use hearing.
It was
2000.
before the key. What year was it?
It's like 03 or 04.
Yeah, no, it was a good long time ago.
I think we did a resolution, Peter, to create that board.
We did.
And I'm guessing we'd have to revise it to change membership levels or. I'm just thinking out loud. Like if we wanted to remove some of the private citizen alternates or. Yeah.
I mean, I don't know. I wouldn't mind leaving the seats open. If somebody moves up there and they become highly interested, or if something happens that makes the community need to be interested, they have that right that we secured for them to go join that board.
I think that's a good point. I think then maybe this looks like an inadequate effort to recruit for those positions, and maybe the people on this side of the table have some responsibility there.
Or to me, it's evidence that there were a lot of concerns about what residents of the Q House might do up there that have been unfounded. And so there's not really a need to have that much oversight. But because the land use process created this,
Yeah.
it's going to have to exist. And we might as well leave the spots open for people if there is a problem and they do need to go, that they have there's a seat at the table for them. But I mean, I wonder if the members of that board feel like it's even needed at this point.
It's the biggest board we have by a factor of 3 or 4.
Right.
If you just look at the numbers.
And I wonder who pays to staff it. We probably do.
Well, I think it's volunteer.
Somebody's got to.
But there's staff time involved with.
Yeah. I actually am looking, Sarah Casano's or Troy are the 2 staff people. And yeah, Rick. My other question is, where is it? The Primary Care Clinic Advisory Board. I think I conceptually understand what their job is or why they're there. I've never seen any official communications from them and I'm wondering what role does the BoCC have in engaging with that board and knowing more about what's happening? Or maybe I'm the only one, but I mean,
This was that board that we formed when we moved into the Jacob House and Centura came in and they would meet quarterly. And Cindy Dickin was on there and I'm trying to think who else. I think Kelly Dawson's been on there a long time. Carrie got put on there because of her role at Mount Evans. And I think Dr. Ryan took over Cindy's spot. But it was a quarterly meeting, just talking about patient demographics. How was the clinic doing? And then they participated in, I guess, sort of not the total design, but just input on what we needed at the clinic. I don't know if they still meet all the time or not.
I'll follow up with Tim.
yeah, and I guess my request would be if there's still a need for that board, and I imagine there is, I think this board should meet with them at least once a year, kind of like we meet with the open space and everyone else.
Okay.
Let me talk with Tim, see how they're, I'm not even aware of a meeting since I've been here, but
It probably appeared in an agreement with Centura. I don't know if it appears in the current one. And
I'll look.
while we're thinking about that, whether it's this board or whatever, this, been about a year since Centura opened their facility, more than a year. I would love to have them come and talk to us about how things have been going.
Exactly. They used to talk all of them. The Jacob House is operational. We met with them every quarter.
Quarterly, yeah.
And they gave us the numbers and all that. I haven't, yeah.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
It should be minimum of annually.
I'll follow up.
It's,
Last thing, I love working with JCMH. Probably this should be my last year, so that there's some continuity and George, maybe you might be interested in doing it next year. If no one is, then I'm happy to do it for my last 2 years, but it seems like we should maybe have a little bit of overlap.
Yeah, we'll have to be strategic about that one. Which ones are the most important to have overlap? And maybe I jump on them next year. And go from there.
Yeah, but anyway, I think that's all I've got. And thank you, Beth, for running herd on this process and contacting everyone that you had to contact.
Okay.
and that's, it's occurred to me, it is not lost on me that the things I'm working on that I am destined to ride into the sunset waving my hat in 2 years too, like Sean, off, and into the purple haze. And toward that end, I've got quite a few things I'm doing, at transportation and NOCO. We've got to find solutions for those for 2 years out as well. And that involves not only just handing the keys to somebody else, but having an orientation period for that vehicle, and I'm not sure exactly what that means and how it does, and it can be staff and it can be commissioner, but we need to think about how we act on those moving forward. And that's probably a good discussion, a good topic for retreat for a little bit.
Okay, so unless there's any further discussion, I think we're ready to vote on item number 10.
Yeah, I move we approve item number 10 as amended, to put myself into the Dr. Cog RTC. What else do we have on that? Any other changes?
We don't have any changes, just some follow-up work.
No,
Okay.
change. Yeah, there was a change. One they gave me yesterday.
The one for Randy? Yeah, it's already in there.
That's,
I made it ready for today, so,
He's
but you're
asking.
right, it's an amendment. Is that what you're asking?
Yeah.
Anyway,
So they have to amend what was in the packet.
right.
right,
I
and
got that.
Amy would be the alternate. Myself is okay.
Thank you.
Second.
Have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion passed. And with that, Randy, welcome to the chair.
Oh,
Let's
forgot
change
about
seats,
that.
make it official.
Forgot we're supposed to slide our chairs around. I don't want to sit in that chair.
Never sat in this chair over here.
You're not
I
going
have
to.
new
This is my
neighbors.
chair.
Now you get to sit next to me.
Oh my God, you're like Tim. I thought the chairs were all identical.
They are.
Here we go.
Okay, yeah.
We slowly customize them as we sit in them.
Did I ever, mine gets customized by whoever sat in it.
I just can't bear the thought of sitting in this chair that's already warm because Sean was there.
Is it in To Kill a Mockingbird where the guy makes the students go warm up the outhouse seat for him? Is that where that book is from?
I read To Kill a Mockingbird. I don't think I would have finished it if I'd come across that line.
I think that's his.
Excuse me. Yeah, that thing too.
I think there was just one other item.
Yeah.
Right?
Don't we have two more items on the consent
Two
agenda
more,
we're
but
talking
maybe
about?
since Carol joined us, maybe four.
Well, thank you, Sean. First thing I want to do is say you do such a stellar job that I feel guilty taking the role. So,
Well, thanks.
I mean, and I mean that seriously. You've done an excellent job, both times you've been chair. And I just want to compliment you on that. You keep I haven't seen a fist fight yet when you've been chair. So, thanks.
Well, thanks, Randy.
I think the next one we wanted to talk about was item number 4, consideration of approval of resolution 23-05, resolution adopting revised investment policy for Clear Creek County. Carol Lee. And I don't know if we had a presentation or some questions about that.
I just had some questions, a little bit about.
The presentation.
Karen, would you take a seat over here, please?
Yeah, join us. Yeah. No,
You say you did or did not?
Not.
yeah,
That's kind of what I expected.
That's totally fine. I'm a little bit of a financial nerd in my life outside of this room too, and I know that
Right.
treasury rates have gone up quite a lot. You can
Right.
get over 4% now in a 3-month treasury. So I'm kind of curious maybe how the new environment has changed your thoughts about our investment policy and what the changes were, if any, that are actually here that we're about to sign off on.
No changes, except that I've, in bank, which I've had a pretty long-term relationship with, they're in Boulder. The bankers there are from citywide banks, and they courted us to get some of our extra money. And the week of Christmas, they called and said if I'd deposit up to 5 million there, they would guarantee a 4% return on a money market account. I know. So I sent $4 million up there. I can get it back at any time, which will keep us within within the 40% liquid that we need on any given day by the policy. I have 4 treasury notes that have been out since rates started to rise. And they were a little more than 2%, and I can't do anything about those at this point, except hold my breath until next April.
Okay.
If rates are still high, I'll reinvest them the same way. But I'm doing as much as I can to keep what money we have working at the best possible interest rate and still keep liquid what we need to keep liquid.
Okay.
Colo Trust, the 2 local government investment pools, C-Safe and Colo Trust. The December statement, the very last day, the highest rate we got was 4.59, and I had 8 million sitting there at that point. I barely keep enough money in our citywide checking to keep payroll funded. They're not very happy with me, but that's okay. I don't care. Their banking service is not that great.
And they get pretty much zero, little to no interest on that account too.
I'm
right?
lucky if I get 0.25% on their money market. And if another money market's gonna pay me 4%, I'm gonna go there
Yeah, totally.
as long as we're insured. And so that's kind of my thought process on it.
Okay, yeah. I was
If you,
just
if
kinda
you all
curious if
have input, I'm happy to listen.
The only input that I have is that I think you should do what's best for the county to make the most money every time you can
And
in the
that's
most secure manner.
right.
The only thing I have to say, and I'll just be open about it, about Citywide, is that they were a primary bank here for a whole lot of us because they inherited what's come down to them through Mutual of Omaha and various entities to become Citywide Bank until they just closed. And they pulled out of Clear Creek County. And they don't even have as much as an ATM here. I have, all of our accounts are with Citywide Bank because they've flown down, they've just, trickled downhill all the way from First State Bank in Idaho Springs from 50
Right.
years ago. And it's annoying to not even have an ATM to be able to go pull $20 out of anywhere in the county that you've got to drive over to. There's an ATM and a bank at Bergen Park.
Right, that's our branch now, is the Bergen Park.
Right. And so for me, it's annoying I appreciate their courting us and wanting our business. I wish they were as interested in providing service to us as that. But I also know that everyone else we invest with is outside the county as well. So they're not different in that regard, but it just, it wouldn't change my decision about, advising that we go to the place that gives us the best return. But anyway, I just want to put that sticker up on the board.
Part of the reason I keep the payroll account at Citywide is if I were to shift that account, the structure at InBank, I can't keep enough liquid at InBank in the checking account to cover a payroll. I have a sweep feature involved there where they sweep it to another bank to keep it all FDIC insured.
So it's not readily liquid.
Not if a person walked in and 5 people wanted to cash their paycheck, no. And the reason I keep Citywide is it's kind of still recognized as local. If someone were handed a paper paycheck and wanted to go cash it, Citywide Bank would be easily recognized and they wouldn't run into too much trouble just trying to cash that paycheck. We very rarely have paper paychecks anymore. But that's the reason I keep that here. Like I said, they're just not real happy with me and that's okay because it keeps them scrambling. And they just lost, we seem to have a new relationship manager about every 3 months. And so I can't count on any person to really get to know us and our needs. And I want to be able to pick up the phone and call my banker and say, hey, I've got this coming up in 2 more days. Can you help me orchestrate this transaction? If I pick up the phone at InBank rather, those 2 bankers, they would be here. They would drive from Boulder and be here tomorrow morning to make things happen. They are so responsive. And that's even though the world has gone pretty much to the internet. We don't have many personal relationships anymore. I still value that. And we're a small enough county, I think, to need that. And so I want to keep that relationship.
Okay, well, thanks. I mean, thank you for making time and coming over to
Okay.
visit us. I was just kind of curious as to
Okay.
what kind of changes and how you'd reacted to the interest rate changes, but yeah, not in any way looking to second guess what you're doing. I just
No, I
wanted
get
to
that.
be informed.
Okay,
Thanks a
thank you.
My only comment, just real quick, is I think were you elected in 2008?
No,
When was your first term?
appointed in 16
16.
and elected in 18.
Okay. And how long have you been working in the office?
Since April of '09.
Since April of 2009. Okay. So you've gotten us through some tough times. 2009 was not a fun year to be in any finance office anywhere. And so just wanted to share that I've got a lot of faith in you.
Thank you.
Congrats on your new hire, Larry Pyers. He's a good friend of mine and should do great.
It's going very well. I'm pleased. Thank you.
He's a competent person. I like him too. But Carol, I have to say also that you were well, not to slight anyone else because we have plenty of other people that we can give kudos to. But I just know that as we were trying to tighten our belts, when you took command of that office, it's not lost on me the immediate way in which you were able to increase efficiencies and did that with the knowledge that you had from having worked in there for a long time. And I really, really appreciate what you've done for us.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
So the next item on here that has been pulled out for, I think, fairly obvious reasons is number 8, consideration of approval of 23-09 resolution. Oh, I guess we need to vote on number 4, don't we?
Yes.
Go back to that. So do we have a motion for number 4?
Yeah, my apologies. Let me get it up here. Move we approve resolution 23-05, adopting the revised investment policy for Clear Creek County.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Now, number 8, that was also pulled out, consideration of approval of resolution 23-09, resolution in appreciation of meritorious service by Diane Settle. I think, George, was that your request to pull that out? So I'll let you
Yeah,
speak to
usually
it.
we read these.
Yeah, right, that's what I thought.
And I know Diane Settle is not in the room, but fortunately this is recorded and her and all of her family members and friends can come watch it later, so.
Well, I'm happy to do, we can, let me just take a look at this for a moment and see how long it is. Do we want to, what we've done a lot of times in the past is each of us take some turns or one of us can read the whole thing. I think, what's your preference?
My preference is that you read it, but you've got that great booming voice for audio.
Well, and not only that, but Diane Settle has been a family friend for many years, and our daughters went to school together, and I just love to read it. So thank you. Resolution and appreciation, resolution 23-09, resolution and appreciation of Clear Creek County Assessor Diane Settle for over 46 years of meritorious service to Clear Creek County. Whereas Diane, better known as the tax assessor, has served Clear Creek County for over 46 years, and the Clear Creek Board of County Commissioners desires to publicly recognize Diane's dedication to the county constituents and to past county commissioners. And whereas the office of assessor is one of the most important in the county and generally speaking demands a higher class of ability than is required of any of the other county officers. Like the judges of the courts, an assessor is charged with the administration of justice, fixing values which determine the amount of the taxpayers' contribution to the support of the government is a delicate business and one that demands most careful discrimination and the keenest appreciation of the rights of individuals. And whereas Diane was one of the first employees to enter the new courthouse in 1977, and whereas Diane has admitted to using a protractor and a compass for tax assessments back in the day, and whereas Diane initiated and was famous for the county assessor's office holiday party every December, which attracted more employees than the employee party itself, and whereas Diane endured the final touches on the courthouse as well as an overall courthouse remodel in 2011, when her office and many others were located at the yummy Alpine restaurant. Luckily, they weren't serving food then. And whereas Diane drove up roads that weren't really roads and scaled 80-degree slopes looking for property pins to ensure her job was accurate. And whereas Diane courageously and dutifully served Clear Creek County in valuing properties and then enduring some angry property owners when they didn't agree. And whereas Diane endured site visits to see signs stating, "Beware of dog, no trespassing, private road. And if you were close enough to read this sign, then you're in my sights." And whereas Diane was an incredible supervisor and elected official sustaining employees who stayed with the county for more than 2 decades. And whereas Diane was a member of the Slacker Races review team, voting each year on the color of the shirt and the famous logos. And whereas Diane ran unopposed for at least 10 election processes, and no one can remember back before that. And whereas it was not unusual to see Diane power walking up to the Georgetown train station for her daily walk, and whereas Diane obviously had the freshest vegetables each day, whereby some of us tried to steal her lunch from the employee lunchroom, and whereas Joanne Sorensen shared the following compliments: 46 years? Is that some sort of a statewide record? I'd like to give staff direction to check into that. Diane was the most organized and thorough guide for a county commissioner who was in office at the property assessment law. Complicated issues relating to the mine valuation were made clear so informed decisions could be made. Patience and respect typified Diane's interaction with staff, members of the public, and fellow elected officials. Diane's knowledge, experience, and communication skills will be missed. In times of partisan bickering, Diane's rock-solid professionalism should serve as a shining example of taking care of business. All of that from Joanne Sorensen, who was once County Commissioner of the Year for the state of Colorado, so she knows what she's talking about. Whereas even Bobby Hawks had to comment about Diane's retirement with, "I wanted to contribute the respect I always had for her, especially when it came to Board of Equalization hearings. As you know, some of those can be quite contentious. In my mind, she always maintained her cool, and sometimes I wondered how she could do that so well, and had clear reasons for her decisions. And if there was a feasible complaint, if there was some gray area that could possibly be open to question, she was willing to postpone a decision until they could go out to the property and review the issue that the property owner was raising." And whereas Lisa Lieben recalls the following three compliments: Diane was instrumental to the county lands program by preparing multiple sales comps, which helped to establish a fair market value for hundreds of parcels of the former BLM lands. Diane always made time available to the other departments that had questions about private properties, and you could always count on Diane to give you a straightforward and honest answer and excellent eggnog. And whereas Commissioner Phil Buckland shared the following two memories, Diane had a great campaign slogan: "Settled for the best." And the other one, had Diane found the front door keys to Green Lake, she might have time to use them now in retirement. Whereas Diane's staff team recalled the following words on repeat: We drive and drive and drive, right turn, Clyde. Diane is in great demand, and there is not a workday that goes by where she doesn't hear, "Diane, do you have your glasses on?" And where Diane's staff frequently hears her reply of, "It depends."
Yeah.
And whereas Diane is leaving us well after 46 years, there has to be something better to do. Now therefore be it resolved that the Clear Creek Board of County Commissioners adopts this resolution of appreciation for meritorious service performed by Clear Creek County Assessor Diane Settle. Be it further resolved that the original copy of this resolution be presented to Diane, and that this resolution become part of the permanent records of Clear Creek County. Be it even further resolved, Diane, you will truly be missed. Adopted this 10th day of January 2023 at a regularly scheduled meeting of the Clear Creek County Board of Commissioners, and our names are underneath that with some lines. That's a long time, 46, 47 years.
It's a very long time.
One more. I was 28 years old. Wow.
Well, thank you for reading
It's
that.
a long time.
And thank you, Beth and staff and everybody that contributed to that. Diane Settle will be missed.
Yeah. Thanks for your service, Diane, if you're watching this later.
Move we approve resolution 23-09.
Second.
Have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
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 Good one.
Yeah.
Skipped over.
What's that? Bringing the sealed bid. Oh, yeah, let's go back to something that was before the consent agenda that we skipped over, which is our 9:55 item, opening of the sealed bid for the Clear Creek County Legal Newspaper for 2023. Beth Luther.
Yeah, so every year we do a public legal notice in the newspaper, asking for our legal notices publication for the succeeding year. This year we put out the legal notice. It advertised for the 2 weeks like we always do, and we got no bids. So once the deadline came and went, I called the Clear Creek Current and I said, "Hey, are you guys wanting to bid for legal notices in 23, and they said, oh my God, we totally missed it. Yes, we will submit a bid right now, and it's the exact same as last year. So in your packet, I included the 2022 bid and the 2023 bids. You can look at both.
But basically, the price is not raised.
Right.
That's what we need to know.
Right.
Okay.
I don't know if we need to do anything else, Peter, or
No, because I believe the resolution
accepting.
determining the legal newspaper was already approved in the consent agenda.
Okay.
I'm kind of curious why they wouldn't at least raise it for some kind of cost of living. I know their business model is,
Well, they were taken over
these days.
about a year or two ago by Evergreen newspapers.
right.
And so I think Evergreen Media is doing their best to solidify all the small papers before determining whether or not they need to raise any rates at this point.
And they're just a little behind. They're just, this year, the events that are happening are the first time for them, so.
Yeah.
We had a lot of fun.
So the next item should be the introduction and first reading of ordinance 16. Oh, no, it was already approved.
$16.
Yes. It's right after the consent agenda.
I don't think that we did. I don't think we've gone beyond the consent agenda yet.
No, we haven't.
Oh, we haven't, I'm sorry, I thought we did the consent agenda. I missed that.
I think we just finished it.
Yeah, you just finished it.
Yeah.
Right, the consent agenda is complete.
Correct.
Now we just went back before the consent agenda. Now ordinance 16 follows the consent agenda.
Yes.
Correct. And I'm just sorry, folks, I'm just scrolling down the page in if anybody else has found it yet. Sorry. This is way down the line.
I'm curious, there's a red line version. I assume that you did that, Peter, and maybe this is sort of some cleaning up of language that needed to be modernized, or exactly what is this?
Yeah, we had,
I'll explain it. Once we read the verbatim title into the record, I believe the chair will send it over to me and I'll give some background on it.
okay, 1 second. All right, so what we have in front of us today is ordinance number 16, an ordinance providing for the banning of open fires by the Board of County Commissioners, County of Clear Creek, Colorado. I'm going to read the ordinance and then turn it over to Peter for some clarification.
Thank you.
Ordinance number 16, an ordinance providing for the banning of open fires by the Board of County Commissioners, County of Clear Creek, Colorado. Whereas the Board of County Commissioners of Clear Creek, State of Colorado, hereinafter referred to as the Board, desires to regulate intentional outdoor fires in Clear Creek County. And whereas pursuant to CRS 30-15-4011N.5, the board is authorized to ban open fires to a degree that is necessary to reduce the danger of wildfires within those portions of the unincorporated areas of the county where the danger of forest or grass fires is found to be high. And whereas pursuant to CRS 30-15-402, the board has the authority to impose penalties in violation of an ordinance adopted pursuant to CRS 30-15-4011N.5. And whereas the board is responsible for determining.
Mr. Chair, if I could just interrupt, as long as we have the title verbatim, which you already read, we're okay.
Good. Okay, I thought you had asked me to read the ordinance.
My mistake. I'm sorry if I
All
did.
right.
Okay, so a copy of the entire text of the ordinance has been provided in writing to the board already. It's in the packet. It's also on the screen. So that's been provided to you pursuant to 30-15-407 of Colorado statutes. The ordinance itself in last legislative session, the General Assembly enacted some laws affecting the manner of enforcement and the penalties for violations of a variety of offenses. So the county has numerous regulations, everything from fire ban all the way up to zoning violations. And what the legislature essentially did was they removed the jail time penalty for some of those violations. As a result, we are going back through all our regulations, many of which were put together by ordinance. And we are having to revise the ordinances and update them in order to remove the jail time penalties. And we've also corrected some Scrivener's errors here and there if we find them. This is the first of a series of ordinances and regulations that will be brought before you through a resolution change to update this. And rather than do it all in one fell sweep, we just decided that as we were getting to them, we would bring them in. This particular ordinance essentially rescinds ordinance number 8, which gave the sheriff the authority to enact the fire ban. And it replaces it with this new ordinance 16. And so that's essentially what you're doing today. All you're doing essentially in this change is pretty much the same as the old ordinance, just updated. The next step in this process will be questions from the board and questions from the public. We do have to open this up for public comment. And once that is done, I will let's do that first, and then I have a request to make of the board before they make its motion.
Okay, I know that there are a couple of things we need to get done. One is the public comment. Another one is setting a date for a second reading of this, a date certain. And then there's also discussion among the board. Typically, the discussion among the board happens after the motion is made. So what is it you're asking for first right now? The public
Let's do the
comment
public comment first.
prior to making the motion?
Yeah.
Okay. Do we have any public comment regarding ordinance number 16 and ordinance providing for the banning of open fires?
I'm not seeing anything online yet, but we can give them a few seconds. Nothing.
Okay, hearing none. Is there anything else you'd like to do before making a motion?
I would request that the board order that the ordinance be published in the Clear Creek Current and the Canyon Courier. The next publication date would be January 19th, 2023.
Okay.
So that's the first motion that you would do, but you can, if you want to combine it, it would be to request that the board set February 7th, 2023 as the date of the next public hearing, and if we could set that at 10 o'clock.
Okay, I think if we can combine that into one motion, I'm happy with that, along with the motion for the ordinance.
So I can read what the motion then would be. The motion would be for the ordinance in its form be published in the Clear Creek Current and Canyon Courier, and that that would be in the next edition to which we can make it, which is January 19th, 2023, and that this ordinance be brought back for adoption on February 7th, 2023, which is the next board meeting after publication.
And that this ordinance be so moved for passage as well.
At that time.
Right.
Not today.
Okay, do I have a motion?
So moved. Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? I think the only question I have regarding this is this changes nothing except to update us and make us compliant with state law. And our assignment then is to whom it is that calls for fire bans, to whom we give that authority.
Correct.
And in the past, we have given it through ordinance number 8, which precedes this. We've left that under the auspices of the sheriff. It's been assigned to him to work with the other agencies. I know that we have always tried to work closely with our neighboring counties and the fire agencies and the U.S. Forest Service in order to make sure that we try to all be on the same page, because otherwise you've got a lot of confusion about exactly what theoretical invisible line you cross where you can and can't have a fire. We have 3 of the 4 towns in the county have also are in compliance, and they choose to automatically go with us. They're part of either do that by agreement or by rote. And one of the towns in the county does not follow along with our fire bans. So I think that might be the subject of another discussion we can have, which is to try to get all 4 towns in the county on the same page with the Forest Service, the county, and everyone else, and the opinions of the two fire districts which serve our county, so that we've got universal behavior across the county. But otherwise, that's the only thing I have to bring up about it. I guess those two things. We're presuming that the sheriff is still our assignee to do that coordination.
It's in that ordinance, yes.
Okay, and then secondly, I'd just like to suggest that down the road that we initiate a discussion. And I don't know whether, I think that should probably come from staff, but to start to work with the town of Empire and discuss with them the opportunity to move into a collaborative arrangement so that everyone in the county is under the same set of rules.
Yeah, I would love for the town of Empire to decide to do that. I don't know that we have much ability to
We don't.
do anything from this table.
But I think a collaborative conversation with them would be worthwhile.
So there was a motion and a second and discussion.
Yeah, I just want to observe some things that are interesting in this. First off, I didn't know that we delegate to the sheriff that we do that. So that's good to know. I want to point out some other things in procedures. It looks like on its own motion, this board may open a hearing to issue a fire ban in unincorporated areas of Clear Creek County. Should we find that we think there should be a fire ban and the sheriff disagrees. So just thought that would be interesting information for this board to have. That's my only comment.
Mm-hmm. I think it's nice to know that we have that if we were ever in a situation where it's necessary. I think my own personal opinion is while we're working with the U.S. Forest Service and several other entities, I guess we'd cross that bridge when we came to it, depending on who else agreed with or disagreed with the sheriff or ourselves. I like to defer to the expertise in the field also that understand, which includes the foresters and our fire authorities.
The other thing I do want to bring this up, actually. Some other fire bans around the state allow for private property owners on approved, sometimes they have the fire department go check it, but allow for private property owners to have fires in front of their homes during a stage 1 fire ban. Ours does not. And I heard this summer from a couple of people that they would appreciate that and that they're confident in their homes that they live in, that they can have a fire during a stage 1 fire ban without burning the forest down. And I know, for example, Summit County does it like that. This would be the time for us to have that conversation, right?
Sure.
Right. So
Certainly can.
So can I ask in the second reading if we, or between this and the second reading, or can I ask that we give ourselves the option to have that conversation and flesh out whether we want to allow for fires on private land during stage 1 fire bans?
I note that this does not define stage 1, stage 2, and stage 3.
It's defined by statute.
Right. And I note that we have, for example, changed our own in the recent past to add a banning of shooting on stage 1 as an example. So we can make those changes at any time, and I'm not sure that those definitions of exactly what can and can't happen under those stages are contained within this ordinance.
That's a really good point.
So I don't know that it's necessary to codify that within this ordinance, because that's I think a bigger discussion. The thing I would add to that is that I hear from my neighbors too, that they would like to do stuff under stage 1 and stage 2 and stage 3 that they're not allowed to do. There are people that are angry and see no reason why they can't hunt under a stage 3 fire ban because they know how to be safe in the woods. And I think that isn't the point of a stage 3. And I realize that's different than a stage 1. But considering the obviously increasing fire risk that we have today based on both the state of the forest and climate and a number of other things, the amount of visitation that we have going on and the number of short-term rentals and people that everybody feels like they know how to do things. I just say that that's a bigger discussion. It'll take a while in a work session to think about.
Okay, so that, thank you. Yeah, I withdraw that. That shouldn't be in this ordinance. I would like to have that conversation. I do think it's appropriate.
Fair enough.
For us to consider that. I know a lot of people that have lived here for a long time and they know how to have a fire in their front yard without burning the forest down.
I feel the same way about my house in Empire. And unfortunately in Empire, although I've never done it when we've been under a fire ban, I can go down in my backyard with nothing around me and light a fire, but I've so far not done that during a fire ban, so.
I just want to add one quick thing that we might want to revisit in that same conversation if we can. The idea of public shooting range possibly not being subjected to closure, I'm not campaigning one way or the other for it, but I think it's something that we might want to revisit if we're revisiting other things.
I think it is, I think under our current rules, it does have an exemption under a stage 1 for sure, and maybe even a stage 2.
I think he made that change last summer. I think so.
Okay.
I think that he needed to get on with his training. Okay, I don't have any other comment.
Okay, so we still
Never
need.
voted though, right?
But we still need to
vote.
Yeah, we do vote on this, right?
Yep.
All right. Do I have a motion?
Yeah, second.
Yeah, there is a motion and a second already, so.
Oh, okay, that's right, I forgot, and then we did discussion. All right. So we have a motion, a second, we've engaged in discussion. Any further discussion? Not hearing any. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, the next item we have is an interview for a vacancy on the Clear Creek Board of Adjustment.
Is he online? I'm just gonna go check the lobby really quick. Hold on.
Not seeing Lee.
There's nothing,
I'm trying to roll down to my,
nothing in the packet,
there's nothing in the packet?
not on mine.
What?
There's no link by the 10:30 agenda item.
I don't see him out there. And I did not get his application, so
That's
What's
why
his
there's no
first name?
Bill Lee. Or it might be like Laughing Valley Ranch or something, it might show up.
Oh, Bill, yeah.
Yeah,
No, we only have 9 people.
okay.
I see a B Rigo.
What is it?
B Rigo.
No,
So we don't have an application, we just have
right.
how do we have his name from a?
He emailed me and said that, yes, I want to be reappointed. So
Okay,
I'll reach out to him and see if he wants to reschedule.
okay.
Do we require an application for a reappointment?
We try. Sometimes they walk in with it, sometimes they have it ahead of time, so.
Should we have a quick conversation about that?
Either we do require it or we don't.
About whether we're requiring an application?
You definitely
Yeah,
wanted to interview again before
Mm-hmm.
reappointment.
Yeah, we interview everyone now
Yeah.
before reappointment. So do we need an actual formal application or simply a request for reappointment?
I think it might be a good practice. Imagine a future board who has no experience with a candidate.
We are trying to make sure that all the bylaws of any boards that we appoint does include that a written application has to be submitted or a digital application. We just did that.
For reappointment as well.
I prefer we ask him to fill out an application.
Okay, I was kind of
All
on the
right,
fence.
so we won't be bringing these anymore until they have it submitted.
Application in hand.
Okay.
Okay.
The next item on the agenda is an 11 o'clock item, which is 20 minutes from now, which is a discussion of a future Board of County Commissioners retreat. Is it our pleasure to do one of 3 things? One is to go into executive session, use this opportunity to get something knocked out of the way. Another one is to take a break, and another one is to go ahead and launch this discussion early, because I'm not sure why we can't do that.
Yeah, I definitely think you do it early if that's your desire.
And everyone's here.
I would ask for
Yeah.
5 minutes.
Yeah, we didn't.
5 minutes of
Private time.
Everyone's here.
that phone call.
Yeah.
Okay, that's what I thought.
Not with the cordless.
Okay, we'll have a 5-minute recess We'll come back in at 10:45, and we'll start talking about the commissioners retreat.
Can I
Okay, we're back in session for the January 10th Clear Creek County Board of County Commissioners. The last item other than executive session on our agenda today is discussion of future Board of County Commissioners retreat. Brian Bosshart.
Thank you, sir. In our last meeting in December, I raised the issue of getting a review schedule for myself, and we discussed the need for Peter as well. And as part of that discussion, the need for a retreat was mentioned by one of you. And so we want, given the light agenda we had today, wanted to use some of the time to have that kind of conversation. You know, what would we schedule some time for a retreat? What would a retreat look like? How best can we utilize that time? Are there certain expectations that the board has with respect to what we might accomplish in a retreat, you know, specific outcomes, agenda items, topics that you might want to discuss? And I think the retreat environment gives us a little bit more opportunity to do a little bit of a deeper dive into certain subjects, right? And so the extent that we understand what those subjects might be gives us an opportunity to go back and do whatever kind of work we need to do prior to that retreat date to ensure you've got all the data, all the information you need with respect to you best utilizing that time. You know, who might be in attendance, and I think that will be driven by, obviously it's a public meeting, but who might be in attendance from the staff perspective, and I think that might be driven by the topics that we're discussing. When we have it might be driven by those topics as well. I'd like to suggest that we not hold it in this room. This is your boardroom where you make decisions, and you're being asked to make decisions every day. Retreats aren't about specific decisions every day, and so you put on a decision hat when you're in this room. And I'd like to suggest that maybe we do it somewhere else in the county, but not in this room. But that's not necessary, but a suggestion. Do we need an outside facilitator? Is it something I'm going to facilitate and put my facilitator hat on? Do we want to bring somebody in from the outside to help us through those conversations? So again, this is just an opportunity for the three of you to give us some direction with respect to how best to use a retreat day if we get one of those scheduled. So
I'm open to either. I'm definitely open to doing it outside of this room. I agree with that. And I think the last time we had a facilitator, or actually every time we use an outside facilitator, it's been a valuable experience. So I think that's probably a good idea too, unless you want to do it.
George, go ahead. I'm going to remember to do this as chair. Keep asking the other guys, emphasizing them.
I agree that having facilitation is helpful. You do a good job facilitating in this setting. I think it's better for you to be able to participate. I think the idea that we should do it outside of this room is a good one. And I mean, in my mind, the things to accomplish are, you know, review our last year's goals, set our this year's goals, discuss our board procedures, keep having this conversation about board staff roles. I know oftentimes we bring up policy conversations and say, oh, we can have that policy conversation in the retreat. My preference is kind of the opposite, that for example, discussing broadband policy can happen in a regular meeting and probably should. So that's my take for right now.
I think you brought up a good point I hadn't thought of, which is that allowing, my first thought was, I think we're doing, our last retreat was a little bit of a marriage counseling session, you know, and I don't think we need that as much this year. So I think we can work on business more than we can on, you know, relationships and things like that. So I was thinking not facilitation, but the thing I like about facilitation is to let Brian weigh in as a team member at the table, as opposed to trying to play facilitator. It's kind of like the difference between chair and being able to sit in the wings and have a freer voice sometimes. So I agree, facilitation for that reason. As far as policy goes, I think one thing that would be a general topic I would talk about is a list of topics that we've seen where there's been a little confusion around where does the commission stand generally on certain issues with regard to projects that the county's been working on. And I'll just use this only one example because we saw some confusion in the conversation, like about the romp recently, you know, about what's really going on in learning. And so I think not that that needs to be a huge topic of this because we've had a pretty good discussion there, but there have been a number of things that I think we should discuss. I think we should be able to discuss policy to the extent we should use the retreat for that purpose, to the extent that we at least identify things we can bring back to the open room where there hasn't been clear direction from the board. There have been times, I've heard many times staff say, you know, we need a clear understanding of where does the board stand on this? What direction are we taking this wagon, you know? And so we might find 2 or 3 topics that we want to get a little deeper into the weeds at the retreat and then say, and decide whether or not it justifies having an open work session back in this room or something like that to establish policy back in this room. And it doesn't mean that we should come to a conclusion at the retreat. It means we need to identify what some of those areas are that might be helpful for staff and everybody to have a clear picture of what the consensus of this board is on this time on a particular topic. And I'm not, I don't even, a couple of things kind of popped to mind, but I hesitate to even mention them here. I think we ought to just flush that out and see if there's something that then, I think it can be a generator that gives us things to bring, a list of things to bring back to this room. I guess, and then the deal is, I guess we need where, when, and how long. Those are the main things we need to decide now. And then we'll know who after we, and I would suggest also that we think of those major capital A or Roman numeral, you know, headings for the retreat that each of us has and send those to Brian so that we can wrap our heads around who else needs to be in the room with us, you know, what staff people for what portions of the retreat or whatever. And if we have a general sense for how long, I think how long is one thing. Do we need 4 hours? Do we need 2 hours? Do we need 6 hours?
And I think length is driven by what you're going to be talking about.
Right.
Right. And I mean, I would always advocate to have the leadership team in the room at least for a portion of the time, because I think there's tremendous value in them hearing from you all directly. I think, I guess I would submit to you that a retreat is a perfect time to discuss policy. You're not making decisions, you're not taking action. But you're never gonna do a deep dive in this room with these cameras on like you would be doing in a retreat setting. So it just gives you the opportunity to have that deeper dive, that deeper conversation, gives us some direction to ultimately bring something back that you're gonna have for future conversation in this room where you actually make your decisions, so.
As long as everyone in the public that's, for example, listening here today understands that just like an executive session, although these will be open meetings, the retreat is an open meeting.
Yes.
But even though it's an open meeting, that's not a place where we'll be making a final policy decision on something. It's just where we might flush something up between us and say, okay, there is something that needs to be said in public and a policy that needs to be written about where we stand on this specific issue. So
It's a work session.
yeah, it's effectively a 4-hour work session to knock some things around that are hard to get done in a meeting like this.
I think we should, my opinion, we should set aside an entire day. And that doesn't mean that we need to use an entire day, but that way everyone's calendars will be cleared. You know, we could have a sit down, non-working lunch somewhere to kind of break up the day. Is my thought about that.
I have the ones we've done in the past when we didn't have leadership team, and I agree with Brian that we should have leadership team for a portion of the day. I have found to be real fruitful, and we generally the conversations once we're in that setting become so robust that it's like we just need food there in the room because we're going to be going at it all day. And I was thinking 4 hours or something like that, but now I'm kind of thinking back to it, realizing that if we've got a section that is a fairly decent set, we want it to be a good session where we really talk about things with the leadership team, and then we want to have time without leadership team also to speak. It seemed I kind of agreed with Sean now. I think we need probably set aside an 8-hour day, 8 to 4, something like that, or 8:30 to 4. And maybe with lunch as a break, or maybe with lunch as a working lunch, depending. I mean, we might need the break. We might need to stop for half an hour, and clear half an hour at least, and clear our brains and give them a rest. But
One thing you said, Brian, that kind of got my mind thinking or working is, I think it would be fair for the leadership team to at least weigh in on maybe a couple of topics that they want direction from us, or that they want to have us weigh in on. And that's not to say that you're, as a leadership team, required to do that, but I'd like to give them that opportunity.
Yeah, what are the issues you need clarity on?
I actually had a very similar thought. I was sitting here thinking that I need to put this on our leadership team agenda to have a conversation with them and to find out if there's particular topics that I think we would all benefit from getting in the room around, in the same room with, and having a conversation about. So yeah, that's similar thoughts.
And I'm sure this is on all of our minds. I'm just gonna put voice to it. We've had 4 years to coalesce as a board and build some habits that I think are helpful. And I would love for us, and I'm sure you would too, to have as a 2023 goal to really do the brain work to codify this board's procedures and its interactions with staff, et cetera, so that we've got something that we think makes sense and works well and is written, so that when 2 new county commissioners are elected in 2 years, there's a system. I don't feel like I really was elected into a system that was well documented, that I could understand well what my role was. And I think we can do better by the next batch of commissioners if we take that time this year, so that in 2024, we're acting that and we're building some culture around it.
I agree.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I think another way of looking at it is I think we've raised the bar everywhere in the county except for ourselves.
You're right, yeah.
If the board would agree, I'd like to bring a draft document, sort of rules and processes to this retreat for us to kind of flesh through. Might be a good opportunity.
I'd love to spend 25% of the retreat time on it or something.
One other thought that I had, and I have experienced this with other boards, and I know a previous board, or maybe it was right when you got here, George, did a strengths finders assessment. And I don't think you need to beat everyone over the head with it, but I think it's interesting to know more about each other. And another thing that I've just been geeking out on over the last few weeks is predictive index. And I think that's super interesting. And it's this crazy, Caroline knows all about it, but I love all these different assessments, and so does my wife Sharon, but it's only 2 questions and it takes like 5 minutes. And it was like shocking how accurate it seemed to be. But the question was essentially, it was like a list of how many attributes, like 50 or 60 different boxes you can check. Yeah, and you check the different ones. And like I said, it was shocking. And there's like 17 different personas. And I think it would be time well spent to spend some time maybe going through whatever you might recommend, time box that for an hour or something like the time that we agree on.
It's interesting because I geek out on those also. And that particular one had me different than I've ever been.
Which one are you?
I don't even remember, to be honest. Individualist, there you go. It had me different than ever before, but it was it's always a snapshot in time. Yeah, so I'd love to hear from the other 2, if that's something that you'd be interested in, that's.
Kinda.
It's something that Caroline is trained in, and something we've already done it with our leadership team. It was just kind of a way to kind of get to know each other. It just kind of helps you understand how people tick, right? So
we can kind of nerd out on that stuff. I just want to share one experience I had in my life. Well, it was an experience along a bunch of experiences that fell together, and it was this. I started out studying aerospace engineering because everybody, including my counselors and my parents and everyone else, said that's what I had to be. So I went to school to study aerospace engineering and learned that I really wasn't interested in it when I got there. And so about 25 years later in my life, I hit one of those moments where I decided to put myself through a battery of tests that was about 7 to 13 tests. And I religiously went through all of these tests, and they had hundreds and hundreds of questions. And it took several days to go through this whole thing because I wanted to find out what I wanted to do with the rest of my life. Because even though I loved building things, I just sort of had fallen into it and I'd never gone out and found my life's love where I could do that. And so I took all these tests and compiled the whole thing. And at the end, there were all these formulas that you take the results of all the tests and it gives you a number that's like about, like 7 digits long. And then you go through this thing that looks like a phone book with literally fine paper, going through it like this, waiting and looking for that number to find out what you're supposed to be at the end of the day. And I got down there and it said aerospace engineer.
Oh my God.
And I was so pissed off, I went out and threw it in the trash. I was hoping to find something else. So there's more, I think they're interesting and I geek out on them too. I love doing them. I went through it with you, they take time and, they're cathartic. I agree with all that. So, I would, if everyone else was really interested and nerded out on it, I'm happy to nerd out on it too, because they're fun to do. I especially like them when they tell me that I'm brilliant and thoughtful and kind and stuff like that. But when they tell me other stuff, I'm less enthusiastic about them.
Okay, I'm gonna add this topic of the retreat to our one-on-one meetings so we can further flesh this out.
What's our homework? Peter, you sent us a bunch of policies and procedures from other counties. Can you put that at the top of our inbox and maybe we can review them?
Sure.
And then maybe we can have a little bit of one-on-one with Peter to talk through that stuff.
That'd be great.
And then
I'd like to be included in that also. There's gonna be some staff impact on these rules and procedures, assuming what they're covering.
It's a great idea.
Okay, great. Yeah, then we can just basically in our one-on-ones.
I'll send you the email
Read through
just
that
so you know,
stuff.
but what I think I'm also going to do, I just won't do it when I send you, just forward that email, is kind of pull some elements that I think in particular, because you'll notice that some of those documents from some of the counties are quite thick and others are more abbreviated, so.
I guess what I meant a minute ago is sometimes you just know. There's sometimes you just know, you can do all the testing and all the types of stuff you want.
Okay.
Sometimes you never find out. You just
There's
bounce from
that
adventure
too.
to adventure.
There's that too.
All right, so I'm gonna have a conversation with our leadership team, see if there's anything from their perspective that they would like to see covered, and then I'll follow up with each of you individually in our one-on-one meetings.
The one thing I would say about that is that I thought Strength Finders was good, but we've done Strength Finders. There's something else. There's another version of it that we can do.
And that's what we're speaking to, actually, one that we just did with our leadership team that is different. Yeah, and it's quick. In terms of what you have to take, it's quick, and we can spend as much or little time on assessing the results as we want, so.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Strength Finders test takes like 20 or 30 minutes, and this one literally takes less than 5 minutes.
Yeah, it's quick.
And we already have the license for it, I take it.
Got somebody that can do it I couldn't tell if that was like, oh no, I hate these.
Oh my
things,
gosh.
or, oh, I love these things. I couldn't.
First thing I did when I got here was.
Doesn't it feel super reductive that I can spend 5 minutes answering questions and you can tell me everything I need to know about who I am?
Yeah, not much to us.
It sounds pretty reductive.
It doesn't tell us everything, like who dresses you, but it tells us enough.
Well, I can.
All right, that's all I got.
Okay, so so next step towards this though is that you're gonna talk to leadership team.
I'm gonna talk to the leadership team. Peter's gonna send you the rules and procedures, and I would assume it'd be helpful for him to know if there's anything specific in any of those documents you wanna see in ours.
And we need to be thinking about, and we may
Yeah,
receive a request for ourselves for what are the things that we wanna talk about at the retreat as well individually that we can submit back. and
Yeah.
Help create an agenda and then we can
Yep.
float that back and forth till we
Yep.
agree on the
Yeah,
agenda.
any ideas, feel free to send them my way, and again, I'll bring it up in our one-on-ones too.
All right. Thank you. With that, we have concluded our regular agenda for the day. And I would now move that we go, I hate saying move that we move. So I think I'm gonna say move that we go into executive session to receive legal advice for the following purposes. Peter?
Pursuant to CRS 24640224A and D, for the county attorney to meet with the Board of County Commissioners for the purposes of receiving direction related to the purchase, acquisition, lease, transfer, or sale of any real, personal, or other property interest in 5 mobile home parks currently for sale in Clear Creek County, and 2, determining positions relatives to matters that may be subject to negotiations or determining negotiating strategies or instructing negotiators with regard to that transaction. And then pursuant to CRS 24640224B, for the county attorney to meet with the Board of County Commissioners for the purposes of receiving legal advice on specific legal questions pertaining to Colorado Revised Statutes 30-11-1075 and collection of the county's lodging tax.
Second.
Second.
We have a motion in 2 seconds.
A quiet one and an effective one.
Yes. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Did I hear you?
Yeah. Well, I don't know, but I said it.
Yes. We will only be returning to this meeting. If people want to hang around, and look at the screen, they can, but we're only going to be returning to this meeting to adjourn the meeting after the executive session and make our announcements thereafter. We've concluded our executive session. No decisions were made and no written minutes were kept of the meeting. The BoCC meeting is now adjourned.
Perfect.
Thank you.